Hello. Looks like we're live. So before we start today, I just wanted to mention a couple of things. Well, first of all, welcome. And as usual, if there's any sound problems, please let me know. But also today there may be other problems because I tried adjusting the encoding settings on my streaming software to try and get better quality video both for the stream and for the recording. It probably won't make too much of a difference in terms of the quality of the video for this one, but it might affect other streams. So what it might affect for today though is if like the stream lags, for example, that could be on my end. So if that happens, please let me know so I can try to fix that. So I can look into it at least. The other thing that I want to say is that, as some of you know, my actual webcam died about a week and a half ago, and after spending a couple of days, trying to figure out how to get it back, I eventually reached out to Logitech support, and because I'd basically already tried everything that they asked me to try, they did initiate a replacement, a warranty replacement. But the thing is that they have yet to let me know whether my camera is actually covered by warranty, like for sure, to give me the confirmation of it. And so obviously, if I'm covered by warranty, I'm not going to buy another webcam. So what I'm using right now is actually my phone. But the problem being that normally I would use my phone to see the chat. So I've got a terrible setup right now where, I've got the microphone over here. I've got the computer screen where I'm actually going to be drawing over here. I've got my phone over here serving as the webcam, and then back there I've got a laptop that has the chat on it. So this is a really kind of janky setup. I think it'll work. I think it'll be okay. But yeah, just things are going to be a little bit weird today. So welcome, Didek, Kyle, Gano, Eugene Dasp. Sorry, I'm going to struggle with that name. And Charles, welcome, hello, and thank you for being here at the start. I'm really going to need your help today because, well, I have a really good idea, I think, for how to edit these. I should really change them around, right? I should have them actually facing each other and with the first stage on the left. That makes more sense. Yeah, so I have a really good idea, I think, of what to do with them, just not exactly how to do it. And I'll go over it. There's a few different issues with it. The struggle is real today. Yes, the struggle is real. Think about your webcam struggle as the same struggle the scientists went through to create Null. Oh, hello, Lee. I've always thought about type Null looks like castle, and how's moving castle? Probably just me. I can see it. I can see what you mean. The movie version of the castle, yeah. And hello, person with the name in Cyrillic, who I'm not sure what to call you. I'm gonna call you AH. Is that okay? Can I call you AH? Like, I have to call you something. You've been on my stream several times. I need to call you something, but I just don't even know how to begin pronouncing your name. So sorry about that. So I really like type Null and Silvally. I should begin with that. I really like them, but the issue that I have with it on a conceptual level is that these Pokemon are supposed to basically be made from parts of other Pokemon, right? They're chimera of parts of other Pokemon. And I think it makes sense to keep the face as something that's unique to them and not actually make it like the face of a known Pokemon, because you still want these to be unique Pokemon by themselves. But the parts like the front legs, the body, the back legs, and the tail in particular, I think could be, or could have recognizable elements of other Pokemon. So like that's the base idea, and that's what I'm going to do. The question is which Pokemon to go with. Algina, okay, or Algina? I will try to remember that. I will try to, I'll try to remember to use that. Thank you. So I recently booted up my Pokemon Ranger game again, scratch out what I said about Heart Gold and Soul Silver being the best Pokemon game. This is definitely the best in my eye. Interesting. Which Ranger game was it? Because I'm going to have to try a Ranger game at some point. I haven't yet, but in Spanish they did bad translation. We call it Code Zero. Yeah, Código Cero for some reason. Other translations are better than English ones, like the name of the dark type. I had the same idea, like I always thought the tail would be better as a Gyarados tail. Tail of Gyarados. Well, you guys seem to be going in the direction that I was thinking anyway. Are you going to make sure the Pokemon you use are from the Alola Dex, because it was made in Alola? Hello, Captain Ruta. Welcome, first time here. Personally love type Null, hate Silvally. It needs more robotic influence of Arceus, in my opinion. I think the influence of Arceus would be an interesting thing to add to Silvally. That's something that's missing. But in terms of which Pokemon parts, the lore about type Null and Silvally is that the mask contains their potential, and through the bond that they create with the trainer, they're able to control their powers and therefore unleash their full potential. And what that immediately made me think about was Mega Evolution. Something that, at least in lore, is caused by the bond, or is unlocked by the bond between the Pokemon and the trainer. And that sounds great. Except that, well, a few things. So that was actually my very original idea when I was making the worst designs of Generation 7, that video, which is kind of what started the redesign series, or what was the predecessor of the redesign series. So when I was making that video, my idea there was to replace the body parts with parts of Pokemon that have a Mega Evolution, like a Gyarados, for example, so that in type Null, you look at it and you say, oh, that's the tail of Gyarados. And then when it evolves into Silvally, I'm like, oh, that's actually the tail of a Mega Gyarados. And so the difference is somewhat subtle, but you can tell that there's actual change there. And I think it makes sense that Pokemon that Mega Evolve would be a good way to combat the Ultra Beasts, because that's what these Pokemon were made for. So, and Mega Evolution does exist in Alola, but that means that no Alolan Pokemon are going to be included there. Another thing is that Mega Evolution is a temporary thing, and so this is a permanent evolution, and so that also kind of doesn't really work. So maybe we should go with Pokemon that evolve by happiness instead. But in both of those cases, both happiness and Mega Evolution Pokemon, we don't really have a lot of great options of what to use. There's some good ones, but the selection is relatively limited. And then the other thing is, Alolan Pokemon. Just Pokemon that are from Alola, Pokemon that would be readily available to the researchers doing this. And I don't really know, I can't really decide which of these approaches is the best, but I do want them to be consistent in some way. Either it's Pokemon from Alola, where they would have access to those, Pokemon that evolve by friendship, because those, their full potential is unlocked by friendship, or Pokemon that Mega Evolve because they are super powerful Pokemon without being legendaries, and they would and in a way, by lore, they're also full potential is also unlocked by friendship. So, but they all also have downsides. So I don't know. I'm going to look at the chat in a moment. But the other thing that really bothers me is that type Null and Silvally actually have exactly the same base stats, except for speed. The only thing that is the only thing, I guess, well, two things that really change when the mask is removed. First is that the speed actually becomes the same as all the other stats. They're all base power 90 or base stat 95 across the board for Silvally. For type Null, it's everything 95, but speed is like 50 something. So that's not like a significant jump like you'd expect from any evolution. And then obviously the other thing is that type Null can actually change its type. But we don't need to actually work that into the design, I think, any more than it already is. So, all right, let me go back and see what else has been said here. Null should have Pokemon parts, but Silvally could be more of its own look, like it's integrated the parts. Yeah, something that's more where the parts, I think the parts would still be like individual, but they would be integrated a little better. That's an idea. I think Silvally needs to be more different to type Null. Silvally might not need to be that different from Null if the point is that it loses its mask. Yeah, well, it already isn't. They already are very similar. And I wish that they were more different. But like, that's part of the problem that I see with it. But yeah, it's just... It's just a really, really weird combination of design and lore and how to approach it. Please get Guardian Signs, it's so good. When you said you wanted to emulate it before, I was like, nah, you can't really because of the rings. But then I thought about using the drawing pad, but it's so aggressive. Well, the drawing pad could probably handle it. Gotten fast and it would definitely ruin it. Lore-wise, using DNA for Mega Evolution also makes sense because it utilizes infinity energy. That's a good point. Maybe that's part of Silvally's power, made it to harness continue generating Mega Energy. I don't think it would look good for it to look like Pokemon Fusion. Well, it's not exactly a Pokemon Fusion. It's more of a Chimera, which is what they are. Like, that is what they are in lore. And even in design, it's just not that we just can't recognize the Pokemon that it's based on. Yeah, the mask is heavy. I don't think they need to be Alolan specifically. Fair enough. Aether has resources to bring in any Pokemon. We can try to list Pokemon for each idea to which ones complement each other better. That's a possibility. Null is actually better thanks to the Eviolite. Yeah, it's like you can make type Null a very strong normal type Pokemon. Give it the Eviolite, it'll be slow, but it'll be really defensive, and it has really good attack stats anyways. Obviously Silvally is faster and has access to different types, but like they are more or less even ultimately. And hello Kai, welcome. The point is it loses its mask, but I don't understand why that's even an evolution. Yeah, so I think my conflict here is that usually I try to keep the new concept of the Pokemon in a way that actually like matches its Pokédex entries. And if we do something that involves using a Pokemon that evolves, whether it's an Alolan or a Happiness Pokemon or a Mega Evolution, which I think is the best idea at least, but if it turns out to be something that actually evolves, then that to be based on things that are evolving, I don't see how it would make sense for it to maintain most of its base stats. So it's like either we throw out part of the concept or we throw out part of the stats, the execution of how it was handled in game. And I think that that's the best thing to do. I think it's best to just forget about the base stats, not consider that at all, and just go for the evolution part. Maybe try chasing over Arceus for a base, as it is based on Arceus. I think it's based more on Arceus's abilities rather than actual Arceus's design elements. Except of course the thing on the mask, the spiky part, the spiky ring on the mask, and maybe we can find a way to integrate that into Silvally's design as well. The spiky ring, that would probably look pretty cool. So building with a Gyarados tail, add 2 Cannon's legs for the front and possibly Pyroar's legs for the back with a unique head shape compared to Null. Well, sure, that would be a good... Yeah, all of those Pokemon are in Alola, so that's definitely a good option. Like in terms of just because I wanted to evolve, if I do Gyarados tail for Silvally, for example, I would want to make a Magikarp tail for type Null. Just so that there's an actual change, there's an actual progression there. Which is why I think Megas might actually work best, at least in concept, because the changes will be more subtle. And obviously type Null and Silvally have no difference, except for in the head. To hell with the stats. I don't think we ever considered stats in these redesigns before. Yeah, no, it's just... That's just like one element of lore that kind of conflicts with everything else. So, Null don't evolve. I like it. I like you as you are. I don't like your trash ability as Silvally. What about Phoebus and Melodic as a Tails? Well, hang on. So let's think about which Pokemon we could use for the body parts. I'm thinking front legs, back legs, body, and tail. So that's 4 different Pokemon. So which ones would be best if we went with the Mega Evolution idea? Let's just like tackle that one first, and then we can look at the Happiness Evolution, and then we can look at the Alolan Pokemon and see which one of those ends up working best. And I do have the list of Pokemon with Mega Evolutions open in front of me. So we need a kind of generic body, but a pretty mammalian back legs. Could be feline, could be canine, could be anything. It's pretty generic, although it does have scales on it, so maybe something more draconic might work better for the back legs. And then something very like bird-like for the front legs, and something fish-like for the tail. The Megas, we don't actually have a lot of options. Gyarados is a great one for the tail. I think the only bird that has a Mega Evolution is Pidgeot. Except Pidgeot, like, the legs are nothing, really. So we might have to adapt to something else. Absol is another one that has claws on the front. That could work. It would be pretty similar. Maybe Garchomp could be the back legs. Just as something draconic. Is there a dragon Pokemon that is more vaguely mammalian? It already has green and blue, but maybe some red would help kind of signify the starters in a way. That's a good idea. I understand their immersion ideas. I have no clue for the design. Maybe it's like a Cubone to a Marowak. Just gonna stick out and say Houndour for the hind legs since it already looks pretty close. That's another good option. Aerodactyl legs for the front legs, even though, well, Aerodactyl, I guess so. Like it's back legs, right? But I guess that would be the case with a bird Pokemon as well. Aerodactyl legs, maybe. Aerodactyl legs are pretty boring though. Ampharos, Houndoom is Houndoom. Oh, Houndoom body. Houndoom body is interesting. That's an interesting idea because it's a pretty generic body, but it does have those the bones like or bone-like things on the back. I like that. So that would be Houndoom for the body. Just gonna get these two. Maybe Manectric for the back, or Garchomp is another one that could work. Lucario maybe for the back. I think we all agree that Gyarados is the tail. What about Blaziken talons? Oh, what? Yeah. Blaziken for the front leg. Blaziken's arms for the front legs. I really like that. Yeah. And like, it doesn't have to be, it's not going to be exactly those. Like, it's not going to look exactly like the sources, but it can, so like, I'm not going to put like the fire coming out of Blaziken, but I'll put something there to make it pretty obvious that it's Blaziken. Okay, so that's the body. Houndoom body, Blaziken front legs, Gyarados tail. Something for the back legs that is not a fire type. How about a Jigglypuff body? No, definitely not. Are you making a distinction between body and hind legs? I think so. I think it's good to have that distinction. One, because we get to add an extra Pokemon. And two, because the back legs do have that like scaly part, which the body itself doesn't. So that could be just an extra element that's in there. Yeah, Garchomp hind legs. I like that. So if we're okay, I'll bring all these Pokemon into the file here. So just give me a moment. This is just going to take a minute or two here because I have to actually save all of their images and then bring them into Photoshop, which is really annoying that on Windows you can't just copy something that has a transparent background and paste it. I'm too used to Mac where I can just copy something. Don't have to save it first. Okay, I think these are actually this is a pretty good set here, but we can look at others. So if we went instead with Pokemon that evolve by friendship, our options here are actually significantly worse. There's Persian, which is a good one for the body. And then like there's Espeon, Umbreon, Sylveon maybe. A lot of the Pokemon that evolve by friendship are baby Pokemon, so I would count them out. Lopunny doesn't particularly fit. Lucario could fit. Swoobat, Leavanny. Yeah, well, actually the selection of Pokemon that evolve by friendship is significantly more limited than I expected in terms of just like fitting all the body shapes that we need. Imagine having to use Photoshop 2015 for your final exam in graphic design. You gotta know how to work with the tools you have, man. Yeah, so if we went to a Pokemon that evolved by friendship, I think we'd have to be way more flexible in how and which and what the parts look like. So like Persian is a great one. Persian fits. Lopunny? Lucario? We don't even have a fish Pokemon that evolves by happiness to use the tail. So we might have to just just completely skip over this idea. You can make a cool looking bug type just by combining friendship evolutions. Maybe. I had no problem figuring out. It was just surreal that was the challenging part of it. Fair enough. I don't even use Photoshop for my Fakemon. I stick to free software. Bit of a hassle, but I make it work. I use Photoshop because I need the entire Adobe suite for work, so I have Photoshop. And Photoshop is pretty good. Like, it has problems, obviously, but Yeah, Eevee is a friendship evolution, but that just means, well, there's three of them, right? Espeon, Umbreon, and Sylveon are friendship evolutions, but they just don't give a lot of variety. And there's no bird, and there's no fish. So like the front legs and the tail, like we'd have to just pick something that's completely out there, which I don't think is gonna work. The friendship change, I think, should reflect more Silvally's owning of other Pokemon's parts. It's the Pokemon learning to accept itself. Are you planning on giving something for the back, maybe wings or the ring around Arceus' body? Not wings. I think that would be too much of a departure. But definitely work out some way to have Arceus' ring on there. Which actually means I should bring in Arceus. Make sure I have that. Alright, so I guess the other possibility is bringing in, is doing it based on Pokemon from, excuse me, from Alola. Or at least that appear in Alola, ideally in the Sun and Moon games, and not like the expanded decks from Ultra Sun and Moon. So let's have a look at Pokemon from the Alola decks. List of Pokemon by Alola Pokedex number in Sun and Moon. Great. You know, it would actually be quite interesting to make it based on the starters. It's not like Primarina is not a fish, but it's, I think, fish-like enough to replace the tail. Decidueye obviously can be, or Decidueye's legs can be the front legs, and Incineroar's legs can be the back legs. It's funny, some time ago I asked to see a design of a Pokemon Chimera. Well, you got it. So the starters are definitely an interesting set to use for this. Who else could we do? Who we go with? Someone said Toucanon. Toucanon is a good one for the front legs for sure. There's lots of bird Pokemon, but like I think Toucanon is probably one of the more interesting ones out of Alola. Yeah, it could be Gyarados again. Although maybe Wishiwashi as the fish Pokemon if we're just going for like regular Alola Pokemon. The back legs could be Kommo-o. For that, like, or Salazzle for that scaly look. Design elements of Solgaleo Lunala. Maybe. I don't think there's anything necessarily Solgaleo-ish or Lunala-ish in the concept. And like obviously they wouldn't have access to Solgaleo or Lunala to like cut up and put into their design or into their Chimera, into their Frankenstein's monster. Lycanroc. Lycanroc is a good one. Yeah. They did have Cosmog, you're right. That's true. Did they do anything with Cosmog? I don't think so. So Wishiwashi. Lycanroc, Wishy-Washy, 2 Cannon. I think that accomplishes everything except for the back legs, but that could be Salazzle or Como. You could also do Hoenn starters that is the entire base. Yeah, that's probably another one that's just not, like, thematically as relevant. Also, why the hell are type Null and Silvally, like, in the middle of the Alola decks? It makes no sense. Okay, I think I'm gonna go with Como, and then that's like a full Alolan set of Pokemon. And I'm just gonna ask you guys to tell me which idea you like best. Which set of Pokemon you prefer in this case. Like, because Megas were my original idea, but I don't particularly, like, besides that, I don't really have particularly strong feelings about that. So let's just have a vote of who is louder. I would go with just any Pokemon prior to Gen 8, gives you more to work with. I like having them be thematically consistent. I like that a lot. So I think the good options are Pokemon with a Mega Evolution, basic Alola Pokemon, and Alolan starters. And once again, I'm just going to bring in all of the images here. We could actually use Lycanroc for the body, even if we were doing the starters, because Lycanroc, it's not a starter, but it's a very iconic Alolan Pokemon, right? Alright. So, it looks like, out of curiosity, where did the idea of Pokemon with Mega Evolutions come from? Looks like Megas are the... Looks like Megas are the winning here. Alola, because I think Megas were more relevant to Gen 6. So, I said this at the beginning, but the reason I went with, or I first thought of Mega Pokemon is because the idea is that, or like the lore, is that type Null evolves into Silvally with a strong bond with its trainer, and that's also, in lore at least, what unlocks Mega Evolution, what makes Mega Evolution possible, and so that's why I made that connection. And also, Mega Pokemon would be, a really good choice, very strong Pokemon that aren't legendary Pokemon to fight these, extra dimensional beings. So that's where that idea came from. The other ones are just like, it would be a Alola Pokemon that evolved. And Charon, you said that it would have Decidueye's face. No, the face is actually going to be still its own unique thing. It's just the body parts, the front legs, the body, the rear legs, and the tail. Those are the 4 parts that I'm looking to replace. The other things I think will mostly stay the same, but just with some little tweaks. I always thought it looked more like a form change. It does look more like a form change than an evolution, and like it makes sense also in terms of how it is. It's in terms of the stats. I was talking about that earlier because the stats, they only change. Oh, did I miss getting? I did miss getting Brianna. There we go. The only change in stats is that the speed gets higher because the mask is heavy and the mask is off when it evolves. That's it. All right. Will I be redoing Type Null's mask? I think the mask itself can stay mostly the same. Like, the one thing that kind of bothers me about the mask is that it doesn't leave any space on the front. So that would be, like, the one thing that I might change, and just give it a bit more of a you know, snout. But besides that, I think it's pretty good as it is. Just, yeah, it's just a mask. Imagine making Type Null the baby version, and it's just a small thing with the helmet. I wasn't thinking of the baby versions, but just the pre-evolved forms that then evolve into the final thing. But I guess it could be the like basic stage of everything. I hope you don't mind. Gonna have to fall asleep to this one. So Alolan starters, Mega Pokemon, or basic Alola Pokemon? I saw a lot of people saying Alolan, which I'm taking just means the Alolan, the like basic Alolan Pokemon and not the starters. And I saw a lot of people saying Megas. Which one should it be? Like, I'm personally just a little bit more inclined towards Megas because that was my first idea, but Megas can go away. Alola, I'm guessing that just means Alolan, the basic Pokemon. Alolan basics, Mega for the win. Okay. Looks like the majority of the suggestions is to go with the Megas, so that's what we're gonna stick with. So that means Houndoom body, Gyarados tail, Garchomp rear legs, Blaziken front legs. This is going to be very interesting and difficult. The Megas seem out of place. They'd make more sense for Zygarde Ultimate form or something. Well, that's the power of democracy. So, let's see. How am I going to organize this now? So let's begin with Type Null. Are you using Gyarados tail for fin, or the regular fin to mega fin is more distinctive? The tail, but probably not just like the tail itself. It might be a good idea to just like extend that tail a little bit further so that when it mega evolves, there's more to change. So, oops. Okay. So Blaziken basically has like, it's like this, right? So it has two claws that go kind of opposite sides and one that goes to the front. That's more or less what it is. It's just like they make a triangle. And so obviously this leg would be quite thin. And it would have the band thing on it. Don't worry, this is very, very rough. Just to like figure out where things are gonna go. Thank God you went with Megas. That was my vote. I was too busy aggressively circling on my 3DS pad. And like I said, it's not going to be like exact, but it will have design elements that make it recognizable. At least that's the hope. Would the colors stay as the fused Pokemon or type Null and Silvally's colors? I think something in between. Like, the colors obviously need to like mesh together a little bit better, but they don't need to be the kind of boring, you know, gray and muted colors of type Null and Silvally. So yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure exactly how that would go, or how that will go. You've got good color matching Garchomp and Blaziken, that's true. So the body, like the main body here, there isn't really anything to change. It's gonna have a belly and it's gonna have the horns on the back, or the bones, the spines, however you want to think of them, on the back. It's the Garchomp's legs, nice and thick, but then yeah, it's and Gyarados tail will maybe make it like 2, 3 segments. Well, maybe 3 segments, so there can be a one of the little crowns here. 3rd segment. Is Gyarados' tail... I think it's horizontal. But maybe we flip it anyways, because it'll look better. Or if it's a vertical, more like a fish tail. I like the idea that the important trainers from different regions came together and used their strongest Pokemon as base for what is pretty much a synthetic god. It is pretty much a synthetic god. Okay, I think that's a pretty good start. I don't think there's any reason to change the head, except maybe to make the mane a little bit shorter so that more of the body is visible. And like I said, just give the mask just a tiny bit of an extra snout. Should probably still be pretty square on the outside. Hey, is this little plus sign on the side supposed to be the Alola symbol? You know, the one that gets the Alola mark for, like, competitive Pokemon? And, the marks on the spikes are hexagonal, which is kind of like Zygarde. I don't know if that has any significance, but it's just interesting. All right, I think that's a good start. Obviously, it looks a little bit... I think it looks a bit too skinny. But it's a good start. instead of those ear holes, I think it should get the Blaziken head points. So Silvally and Blaziken's heads look super similar. And now that I've been looking at them together, head points. Oh, the like antenna kind of thing. Antenna eyebrow horn things. I don't know. I think that they need to be pretty, like, yeah, I think the head needs to be pretty unique. I think the head needs to be something itself. The frill kind of reminds me of the Boneless Snowsphere, which is also a mega. That's true. I can see that. I still think it looks a bit too skinny, but at least the proportions look a little bit better. And obviously I'm going to do another layer on top of that to, and I can adjust skinniness then. Type null is an attempt at making Arceus from scratch. Yeah, that's basically it. In lore, anyway. I see he's trying to implement the designs of already known Pokemon into type null. That is correct. Welcome, 002. Oops, that's the one I wanted to hide. So let's do a slightly cleaner version of that. And then I think maybe go, like, once I'm more or less satisfied with the design of this one, I think it would be a good idea to do Silvally instead and like figure that one out, and then we can like play them off each other and, you know, see how it goes. See if there's anything that we need to go back and change. It looks really cool. Well, thank you. Looks fine. It doesn't necessarily need to be buff. Okay. Yeah, it doesn't necessarily need to be buff, but I do think I need to make it, I need to fill it out a little bit. Or maybe I just need to make the body longer. Maybe if the body is longer, that already, that'll already like make more of a difference. Honestly, that's already better. Yeah, that actually works pretty well. So I'm still gonna do a cleaner version of it, of course. Skinny type null turns into a more nourished Silvally. I don't know about nourished. It'll be more like in a more extreme Silvally. The skinny makes him look scrappy, which I think is really good. Okay, yeah, he's a fighter being refined, fair enough. Do you guys think the mask, the design of the mask itself needs any any more difference than this. All I did was give it a snout. Everything else is the same. Give it a way to eat? Well, was that one of their concerns? I don't think so. And like in theory, the bottom of the mask could be open. Or could open, if not be open. Okay, yeah, this is a spike. I see. The hexagons could be red, green, blue, and yellow. Give it a bit more of a like all types kind of thing. I never realized that that was the shape of the Arch of Arcus. Yeah. Yeah, it's not a super obvious thing, but it is there. Well, a pretty out there idea. Imagine a type null and Silvally made out of only normal types, but with the type CDs you give it, it turns into a fusion of Pokemon only of that type. That would be pretty interesting. Although, my only question is like, why? What is causing it to change from being made of Pokemon of one type to being made of Pokemon of another type? Like, what is the relation between those specific Pokemon? Unless they're all Eevee evolutions. What is so awesome over there, Dasp? Try giving it a main like Mega Ampharos. Um, if it, I don't see where that would fit along with, you know, the big like feather head axe thing. Okay, gotta fix some proportions here. You're about to get that 1 per copy Manaphy egg. That is awesome. Ah. Oh, don't I love it when Photoshop begins to act up in the middle of a redesign? I mean, it happens almost every redesign at this point, but... And I only have this problem with Photoshop on Windows. I did not have these problems with Photoshop on Mac. Like, I think you can see how it's like wildly drawing my selection just like all over the place. Like that. And I don't even know why. Time to save every minute. Yeah, that's what I do. When am I streaming Ranger? Well, my plan was to stream XD first, because that's another one I haven't played, and I do have that one like on an actual GameCube. So that's my plan. So obviously this Wednesday is going to be finishing Isle of Armor, because I didn't quite finish it last Wednesday. Alright, this looks okay. I'm still like a little bit dissatisfied with the position of the front legs. I'm not entirely sure what to do there though. But yeah, so finish what I'm thinking is finish Isle of Armor, and then the following week start on XD. And I guess maybe after XD I can play Ranger. You could add some Houndoom fur at the upper front leg to transition into the Blaziken hand. Just to like make the top of the arm a little bit thicker, you mean? Just trying to identify exactly what it is that's bothering me, because I'm not entirely sure that it's the position. Oh, maybe that looks better. I think one claw should be a back claw. That would make it more like the original, but I feel like that would make it less like Blaziken. Because Blaziken's hands, like, it doesn't have something sticking out the back, right? OG type Null has basically bone arms, so seeing one with fully developed front leg seems a bit off. I see. Yeah, maybe. I mean, it's not bone arms, but I can see what you mean. Okay. This looks okay to me. You know what might work? Is if I actually straighten up the body a little bit more. Yeah. Yeah, now this feels more natural. Blaziken's hands are more balled up. Well, yeah, but like it has to be like, you have to imagine those three talons like pressed up against the ground, and I did draw them all three like pointing more forward, and it would be more accurate if it was more like an ostrich foot where there's, you know, there's the big talon pointing forward, and then there's like little talons pointing like to the side almost. But I just don't think that that would look right. Yeah. Once I get Manaphy, it'll definitely be the rarest Pokemon you own. Yeah, I can see that. Okay, well, I'm satisfied with this one for now. Let's try to figure out Silvally and go from there. So Blaziken's hands are going to be basically the same, except I'm going to put some kind of design on them to represent that fire. The legs here are the Garchomp legs. Pretty similar, a little bit beefier, but with that giant red spike. I actually don't know what does Houndoom's back look like? What does Mega Houndoom's back look like? Because that angle doesn't show me. Okay, it's just the spines again, except one is really big and makes tusks. Yeah, that might work. Mega Blaziken has a back claw on its leg. Maybe you can add that to the ankle of Silvally. Oh, and the back legs. But add that on the front legs. Maybe. Yeah. So Garchomp legs. Super beefy, and probably pointing more forward than these ones do. Pachirisu is Arceus. Since type Null is a failed attempt at recreating Arceus, if you take the 4 Pokemon you're using, add their weight in kilograms, you get 417. Pachirisu is 417. Yeah, you figured it out. All of these megas have some kind of head decoration. Might be neat to combine them together for the Silvally head feather axe. Oh. Yeah, could be something there. In terms of the feather axe, the only thing that changes is the feathers, right? That like it doesn't have the spiky colored parts at the back. So we could do something to that axe to make it more different. It could, yeah. Yeah, we can do something on the head to signal all the other Pokemon. I think there's some way that we can do it. feel like the axe is meant to be reminiscent of Arceus's llama head-shaped thing. I guess I can see it. Well, like, it's very, very vague, but yeah, the, like, wispy part. Mega Blaziken's Flame Ribbon could change to the Rainbow Mega Evolution Energy. Maybe. I wasn't planning on doing the Flame Ribbon at all, but that's a good idea. Change it into something more generic Mega Evolution. Maybe only put one ribbon on each leg, kind of thing. This is the arm I wanna... Yeah, I'm just gonna redo that arm. It keeps bothering me. I'm gonna try doing it in a different pose than what it is, and like I'm gonna keep the arm position, just not the hand position. I'd make the tail slightly curved. Yeah, that's actually what I was going for, but for some reason I kept not drawing it very curved. So I will try a little bit more. seeing Mega Gyarados' tail as a dog tail instead of an extension of the torso is kind of jarring, but the rest is super cool. I think it'll look a little bit better with colors, but I can see that. Yeah. The Heatran even started with one of the characters saying, "Oh, and Ushien arrives just on time." Yeah, it's not like I'm 13 years late or anything. Oh, the Heatran event, maybe? That's what you might be trying to say? Perhaps the tail should be parallel to the body and the evolution signify the body has adapted. In what sense? If parallel to the body, in what sense? I don't know if I like this screw shape thing. I kind of liked the plus sign on the other one. The almost a Lola sign looking thing. Oh, right, the axe shape. We were talking about making it based on some of the details on the heads of these other Pokemon. So let me try that. The head shape or the head crest thing on Blaziken would probably be a good thing to have at the front. So the spike points upward instead of downward. We can give it actual horns. That would be on the head and not on the crest, but we could give it like Houndoom horns. Maybe the shape of this can be the star shape from Garchomp. Something like that. And I was thinking that the feather part in the back could be Gyarados' fins. So, not actually a head decoration, but something like this. And I don't know about the Houndoom horns where they would go, but I could replace the ears with horns, maybe? Might be too much. Might be better to just keep it as it is. A bit too aquatic. Sure, I can see that. Head crest looks like a bird's beak. Maybe make a sort of pseudo face. I'm not sure how. How would you do it? I think the Houndoom shoulder spikes is enough. Adding horns would be too much. But yeah, but I feel the same way about like all the changes to the crest. I feel like just standard crest is enough. I just think Silvally's ears are weird in general. I don't know, I like them. What's weird about them? I'd say they look weird as cat ears on an otherwise birdie face. I think the whole thing is pretty cat-like. Well, I mean, the whole thing is pretty griffin-like, but yeah, it's like it's got birdie parts and it's got catty parts. Mega Garchomp is a pretty strong defined jawline. Maybe your Silvally could use some of that. I don't know. Like, I actually really like Silvally's face, just the standard one. Okay, there's a few different things that I seem to have drawn on the wrong layer. I know this is going to sound odd, but I don't dislike it either. I just think it's weird. That's fair. That's not too odd. Okay, I'm going to try a slightly cleaner version of this. I'm not actually going to bother redrawing the face, though. I think the tail is a little too much. What would you suggest? Just changing it to just the fin part at the end? The thing is that just the fin at the end, I worry that it might not be recognizable enough. That it may not come across as clearly as a Charizard, or Charizard, a Gyarados. Charizard, Gyarados, same thing. Maybe make the tail less segmented. Again, would that still translate well enough as being a Gyarados? I'm too inspired. I'm gonna do a take on this and doodle along. Go ahead, please. I think it's awesome when you guys do your own take on something that I'm doing. Now the tail is way too small, but I think it's drawn better than before, at least. I'll post my baby version I'm working on Twitter right now for you to see. Sounds good. Mega Gyarados not very segmented per se. It's smoother than the Weedle, for example. Right, yeah, I can see what you mean. The segments are less individually defined. I feel like the mane and bone tusks interfere with each other. In that circular way, it remembers a certain toy. I don't know, like the body of Mega Gyarados is segmented in a more smooth way, but the tail is pretty bulgy. I like your reboot of types, but I think that the body type might be better off as something different than a type. I mean, part of the point was to make it visible, right? That like, and many body types are already types, like bug and dragon. Or mineral, or like rock type, basically. So like, yeah, I'm sure there's different approaches to it, but I imagine that more like something that appears as information in the Pokedex. Yeah, no, I get that. But like many types are already representative of what kind of body the Pokemon has. And it makes sense to me that what kind of creature it is affects how it's how much damage it takes from different kinds of attacks. So I just made that universal. I leave for 10 minutes and now it's a car crash. I don't know. I don't know what to do about that tail. I agree that it's a little bit like that it doesn't fit as much. But I'm not sure what to do instead to still make it Gyarados-like. If it's not segmented, and like if I change it so much that it's no longer segmented, then I should also be making other changes, or making similar kinds of changes to all the other parts. The shoulder spike looks like it would impede the front leg movement. I don't think it would do it. It would be as bad as all that. Like, yeah, it's not a problem on Houndoom. It's not like it's going to, you know, open up its arms. It just has to move forward and backward for the most part. That's what that's how it works in that body shape, at least. Like unless we made this into a Pokemon that can stand on its hind legs and be more humanoid in that way, I don't think that would be a problem. The segment needs to have the shapes of Mega Gyarados segments, but they do. Like I might have made them slightly rounder than they are on Mega Gyarados, but like they are still very. They're just a little bit more elongated than what I drew it as. They're not less. Like they're still round. They're very round. At the end of the day, it is a chimera. All of its parts don't need to necessarily match up with each other. They only need to be recognizable. Yes, that's true. I think the tail looks fine. It's supposed to look chimera-like, which includes some body type diversity. Here, I will take Gyarados' exact tail, and we'll see how that looks. What if you give him Gyarados whiskers? I think Gyarados tail is enough. But how does that look? Is that better? It's more the color that made the difference rather than the shape of the tail. Yeah, we'll get to that. We'll get to the colors. Oops. Tail looks more natural now. Still, we could just leave the tail without the segments. Yeah, but would that still look enough like a Gyarados tail? Is the question. Which I guess we can just try. Like, it'll look more natural, probably, than, you know, or less segmented or unsegmented entirely. It'll probably look more natural in combination with everything else. But will it still be a Gyarados tail? Yeah, I actually think that it looks worse, to be honest. One of the characters just said, "You're the best ranger of this decade," even though I'm technically playing this 2 decades later. How about using only the segment with the little fins and the large tail fluke? Like making it just one segment. That might work. That might work. That's not too bad. I think actually that the longer tail looks more balanced in the overall design. But yeah, it just like weighs it more towards the right. Maybe the first segment connected to the body. Yeah, that could be good. That could work. Just kind of erase that first segment a little bit. Or not erase that segment, but like erase a little bit of the distinction between the leg and the start of the tail. Shorter version looks a little like Sharpedo. In the shorter tail, make the end bigger. That does look better. I would use Iron Tail if I was a Silvally with a tail that big. Yeah, the more I look at this, the more I think it looks like a basculin is biting its butt. I can see that too. In terms of the design, I'm happy with this. Some minor refinements needed, but I think the color is going to be a big part of that. What I'm like wondering now is if I should well, first of all, if I should make any changes to type null to match. And I'm also thinking if I should draw them in a different position. Just do a completely, draw them from scratch, which I always struggle with a little bit. But I could draw it potentially in a way that gives it, I don't know, a better angle. The position as a whole could be more interesting, more engaging. The bigger the best, but too big is not comfortable. I'm not talking about my experience. I don't even know what you are actually talking about. Since it is based on Mega Evolution, maybe feature the Mega symbol somewhere on the body, perhaps on the disc slot. That's not a bad idea. But the like flames coming out of the arm are gonna be the Mega flamey color thing, so that might actually be enough. I'm going to just have a look at Silvally. Not sprites, but like the in-game like models and how it's depicted. Which I guess is just a super static pose, to be fair, but. That's why the sprites were nice before. Sprites had active poses that you could look at. Had interesting different ways of drawing the Pokemon. I mean, I could just take like any quadruped Pokemon and use that as a pose reference, but I guess there's the Dream World style artwork. That's a pose that might be a little bit more interesting to draw them in. Gonna go rewatch all the Alola anime to see Sylvanas poses. Fair enough. Type Null's pose in the Dream World artwork is pretty good, actually. I mean, they both are. Yeah, both of these are pretty good poses. What do you think? Oh, and the other thing is that we didn't work in the spike, the Arceus thing in the middle into Silvally, so that needs to go somewhere, or ideally that would go somewhere. Maybe maybe that could be around the neck, replacing the top layer of mane. So instead of having that first like mullet, have something around the neck. The problem is that the designs, I think, are getting very detailed, very convoluted, and that is a problem. So I'm not sure. Can be like a dog collar or something like that, yeah. maybe as an aura rather than a physical ring. In the crest. How in the crest? Huh. The Arceus ring is kind of made up of 2 halves, so why not give 1 half of it as the crest? Is it made up of 2 halves? I mean, it has 2 sides. So, like, instead of the feather things, it would just be 2 spikes coming out of it with something in the middle. Well, that's a good point, because the Arceus thing changed color with the type, so it would be ideal in the crest where the Axeworn-like thing changes color. That's a good point. So... no. This is the one I want. And that is kind of more or less like its aura. Because it's not a physical part that's on type null. Let's put it more in the middle. Okay, did I draw this the right way? Close enough. Just a little spikier. I think that works. Don't like that? The crest looks very much like Lunala's wings. You don't think this works? Why do scientists of Ether think that the ultimate being is one that can change types? It's not that good. I don't know, like, Arceus changes types depending on the plate, and Silvally changes it depending on the memory, but if you look at, like, Cinderace's Libero, or Greninja's Protean, like, imagine Silvally just being Protean. Okay, opinions on this are pretty divided. So sticking to that might be ideal. The real question is, why is the god Pokemon a llama stuck in a fence? That I cannot answer because I don't know either. Okay, I drew that way too poorly. But basically I'm thinking this, right? Just the same collar that is part of the mask, just no longer being part of the mask. That doesn't look right either. You like this collar approach? Maybe just give it an Arceus tattoo. Make it as markings instead. That could work. That could work. If I can change in mid-battle, that would be pretty sick, I guess, but stopping the battle to change a CT is pretty stupid, yes. Like stopping the battle to give Pokemon a potion. What would be the affinities of Pokemon with all type speed? I think someone's done a video on that. I don't remember who it was, but someone did. The anime makes it seem like you just throw a memory at Silvally, it changes colors. My design has gotten so busy, I think it's best described as Mega Silvally. It wouldn't be 4 times weak to ground because ground has an immunity, or rather, flying has an immunity to ground. It was Loxton that did that video. That makes sense. What about a move with all types? How about that? It's just a collar-like marking on it instead of actually being a collar. Oh boy, I should probably start thinking of getting sleep, working pretty early. Before I go, when it comes to colors, I think you should have the colors of the comprising Pokemon just desaturated. I think it's going to be something like that. But I think the colors need to be better integrated. But yeah. This is much better than what I pictured. I like the marking. You put the marking on the leg. I think the leg has enough going on. The neck, well, assuming we remove the like first layer of mane, the neck is where it's gonna need something. What if the weird tabs that come out of Silvally's mane were shaped like the Arceus and collar spikes? That's another possibility. So these, instead of being like, instead of having a flat end, that might work if it's only these two. Only the two that are at the forefront here. Not the ones at the back. Yeah, like that might work. That's actually pretty good. I like the dangling thing. Alright, thanks for being here, Kai. Hopefully it'll turn out good. It looks like fur fruit ears. I could see that. That's not necessarily a bad thing. But I like it. I actually really like that. And I think that's better than the marking on the neck, although I like that one too. I like the dangle as well. Yeah. Girl, where do you get them earrings? Alright, let's still go with that. We'll stick with that. And so now the question is if I'm going to redraw them entirely or not. With, you know, with a different pose. Oh, look at that. It's even got this pose even has the dangles in like a really obvious position. So this is perfect. See, the trouble of redrawing, like, I think the design, at least pre-colors, I think we've got it figured out. The problem now, though, is that if I do redraw it, I basically have to figure out almost all the proportions, like, all over again. And so, like, it's already been 2.5 hours. If I just go ahead and, like, outline, color, shade, that's already going to be, like, that'll be 4 o'clock, which is usually when I like to finish these streams. I like to finish these streams by 4 o'clock if I can. But the other, yeah, but this pose is much better. It is much more interesting. Blocking the colors and then see if you want to redraw. All right, we can do that. We can do the colors. So, actually, let's do type null first. You've done great work today. Let's leave the redraw for another day. Yeah, maybe. So for now, the color is going to be very, very rough. Just to kind of show where they would go. Even the main body can probably be the same color, because the body is Houndoom colored anyway, or well, it's a Houndoom's body, and so that makes sense as the body color. And the kind of rust color of the helmet is close enough to the color of Houndoom's underbelly. The lighter gray works as the color of the spikes on the back. Let's do the rust color for the legs. The question is how to integrate the blue from Garchomp and the red from Blaziken. What if you put the Arceus symbol instead of the earrings? But that's what they are. The Arceus symbols, or the earrings are the Arceus symbol. Or not the Arceus symbol exactly, but parts of it. All right, Cesare, thank you for being here. As usual, the completed version of this will be live on YouTube on Monday this time. Red Chest would pull in Houndoom, and Blaziken. Color segmenting Null would make sense since they're not integrated completely yet, so red front with Blaziken's arms and legs and lower black can be Garchomp blue. Or making the chest red to do both of them. That's... Alright, so that's one way of doing it. I think the chest would be Blaziken's yellow personally, with maybe some ruffles at the front. Let me try it with the red arms first. Because this is more or less faithful to the colors of the original. The colors of the original Pokemon that they would have been made from. This is probably too much. It'll probably be better to integrate the colors a little bit better. So maybe Blaziken red on the chest, or Blaziken yellow on the chest might be better. Where would the ruffles go if we did that? Like this is not bad. It has colors from all of them. Feels fairly well integrated while still having distinct parts. Chest ruffle along Blaziken's arms. Like Reshiram's chest ruffles, just pointing down and diagonally rather than upward. Reshiram. I see, but that's... Yeah, that's just like kind of different from any of the Pokemon that we have. Like we could add the like chest fluff that goes, you know, around the arms that Blaziken has. But the thing is that I feel like that might be adding too much detail, especially on Silvally where that's already like it's already very detailed, already overly detailed probably, and yeah, I don't know. Yeah, the pause can be great. I was just trying to use Type Null's colors to approximate Blaziken's colors, but Blaziken's colors, or Blaziken's arms are like between the two colors, right? So, but yeah. How about... How about I do make it segmented, but I color, or like segment the colors, but I color them in a way that implies more that they're like stitched together almost. So, rather than it just being like a straight color change, but adds to whoever was talking about the Frankenstein feel, yes. Oh, hey look, it's Birdkeeper Toby. Welcome to the stream. Right, currently just trying to figure out like finishing touches, little details, exactly how the color's gonna go. But yeah, I think this works. I think this is probably the best one so far, because it just being like the straight transition, that feels too weird. This looks much better. This feels more integrated. And it does work well, but it might be too integrated. So this might be the way to go. Roll that beautiful bean footage. I personally feel like the tail and hind legs should be the same shade of blue. Yeah, I was wondering about that, but like... The actual Type Null has different colors. on the leg scales and on the tail. It's weird. But yeah, like I might as well make them the same, right? I guess this blue is even closer to Charizard blue anyway, so... Or, why do I keep saying Charizard? Gyarados! Now I feel like I need to put that red somewhere else. Because almost everything appears in more than one spot. Like, almost every color appears in more than one spot on the design. So maybe these dots are red instead of green. Alright, let's have a look at Silvally, or at colors for Silvally. I can speak. I would take the color of the mask out of the rest of the body. It's just the beige color though, right? The shiny form of this would be sick if you used all the other Pokemon's shinies. Oh, it'd have like pink legs. Shocking pink legs. Yes, type Null wouldn't change that much, but Silvally would, yes. Does it even make sense for a artificial Pokemon to have a shiny? Just like lore-wise, does that even make sense? Does it make sense for Arceus to have shiny? No. I mean, if Arceus is a single, you know, like a one-off kind of Pokemon, then no, it doesn't really make sense for it to have a shiny either. In 1 out of 8,000 universes, God is shiny. In 100% of universes, God can't decide whether it is a llama or an extinct sea creature. Hail Helix. Yes, if Arceus is even God at all, which, if you've watched some of my, not old videos exactly, but videos from last year, I think that's when I made it. You might know that my view is that Arceus is not, in fact, God. Arceus is not the creator of the Pokemon universe. Can you make one of the leg spikes red because it's Garchomp? Yes, of course. That is always what it was going to be. And what else? I need to put the red in more places. I don't know where. Houndoom Beige needs to come back. I need to find good places to put the I need to figure out what to do with the red of the arm, of Blaziken's arm. Because, like, the arm ends here, basically. So, like, what else is there? What about the tail crowns as red? I mean, I think that would make it too different from Gyarados. Like, I don't mind the colors being a little bit different from their originals, but I think if the crowns on the tail were red, I think that would be too different. Oh, I do, however, need to put the stripes on, and at the bottom of the tail is black. So yeah, it's like the real question is the arm. What is going on over here? That's why I was saying the head would be based closer to Blaziken, so the color would be more represented. Yeah, I don't think the head needs to change. Like, it's not so much about the color being represented, because it is here and there all over the place. It's more about what that area where the arm meets the body, what that's gonna look like. Like, I could do the same thing that I did with type null and make them not be actually like fully integrated. Give it that stitchy look again. And I think I like Kai's idea of making it desaturated. And maybe a little bit darker too. Are you still making the flamethrowers multicolored infinity energy? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm gonna use this green and the blue and red just to kind of represent it for now, but I'll go get the actual infinity, this is mega evolution energy colors, whatever they are. There are less stitches and more patterns now. Well, yeah. Does this work, though? I know you've already finished the designing, but I was busy and never got to input. I know you tried short tail and this tail, but have you tried the tail being only 2 segments in the fin? No, I didn't try 2 segments. I tried 1 segment. But that's, yeah, we can try that. That might be a good compromise between what people wanted to see from it. The tip of the crest should be yellow like Garchomp's star. Oh yeah, that could, yeah, it could be that. Yeah, I like that color combination. Type Nosetail seems too semicircular to me personally. I think it should be more tapered than round, but maybe that's just how Gyarados looks. How does Gyarados look? Did I mean, I had it up at the time, but I actually don't remember. Right, yeah, it's more triangular. That's fair. I'm not totally satisfied with the colors, to be honest. On type Null, it does make sense for all the colors to just be... like, for the parts to just be kind of whatever. It just is the color of that part from the original. That makes sense. But on Silvally, I feel like they need to be better integrated than this. More like it's just a single Pokemon at this point. So I'm gonna try just coloring it as if it's a single Pokemon. And we'll see how that looks in the end. I do think that looks better. Crest spike supposed to be red or the same as the mega energy in the hands? I think that's the part that would be one of the parts that changes colors. So like the spikes on the crest and the little jewels in the earrings and the dangles. So they could really be any color. I could draw them in like white or anything. But I guess I could make them the same color as the Mega Energy. A more shiny color in Silvally's silver hair. The hair is probably going to be the same white as it's always been. I just darkened it by mistake. I'm thinking I need to do some more simplifying of the designs. Like maybe remove one segment from the tail so that it goes so that it's segment tail fin or whatever. Maybe remove one of the spines, one of the bones on the back, so that it only has two, and so that Silvally only has the big one and then one small one. Maybe Silvally's leg still only has two spikes, so it's one big red one and one small white one. Like, that's the main thing that I'm feeling, is just too much going on. If you're going for a more unified, maybe gray, silver out some more things. Maybe make the final fin and the tail the same tone of blue. What else would be in white? Because like the white and black I think looks decent. Looks pretty good as it is. So. And then maybe make the final fin and the tail the same tone of blue. The same tone as what? Since I was always disappearing and reappearing in this community, I never got to know why the Premier Ball always changes direction in those videos. Please reveal the secret. Oh, you're... that actually hasn't happened in a while, but you'll just have to pay attention. You have to pay closer attention to when the Pokeball or when the Premier Ball changes. some of the yellow or red. The yellow on the tail, like I could change all the yellows. Just no more yellow. Does it just be white? That would be okay. I guess this part would be back to being that slightly darker gray, but what if the whole underbelly is blue? I think that actually looks pretty good for Silvally. Okay. In the interest of not being here for another 3 hours, I'm gonna stick with this. I am, as I outline them, I am going to make some slight adjustments, like I was saying, in terms of simplifying the designs. But yeah, seeing like this makes it really cool, like look like one creature. Yeah, so I think that's appropriate for Silvally. For type null, maybe not as much. I totally missed that there's the stripe on the tail, but maybe I won't put the stripe on that tail. All right, yeah, I'm gonna get going with this. Oh yeah, Dast. Someone actually did post in the comments of a video. They figured it out and they actually put it in the comments of the video. What was going on with that, with the ball, with the Premier Ball. So if you watch back every single one of my videos, actually there was even a video that I acknowledged it. There's even a video where I talk about it. Why couldn't they have made Arceus type question mark? I don't know. That would have made sense. Same with type null, to be honest. Should have just not been a normal type, but a question mark type. And I guess Silvally as well, just like their base form should have been question mark type. Would you consider making a Fakemon region? I have considered it. I've considered doing a region kind of video about parts of Brazil, which, in case you don't know, is where I'm originally from. But that is a lot of work, and to really like do justice to Brazil, to the variety and the size of Brazil, I would have to do like at least 3 or 4 different regions, and that is even more work. So it might happen one day, but probably not for a very long time. Not until I have the time to really be able to invest into a big project like that. Do you speak Portuguese? Yes, I do. Yes, I am originally from Brazil. I haven't lived there in many years, though. In more than 10 years at this point. I have also considered doing a similar thing about British Columbia, which is the province in Canada that I now live in. That, like, British Columbia could probably be a single region. That would be easier to do. But just in terms of, like, the quantity of things would be easier to do, but I think a little bit harder to do well. Just in terms of like being able to, you know, fully represent like all the local issues, the local like fauna and such. I'm good. I've got it down. So, like a possibility, I guess, would be to just do just the Fakemon. just design a whole bunch of Fakemon and be like, these are some Fakemon I would do for a region based on Brazil. These are the Fakemon I would do for a region based on British Columbia. I guess that would be a little bit more doable. Okay, bye, Charles. What location? What location of what? Like, where in Brazil am I from? I'm originally from Rio. Lived there for 19 years before moving to Canada for university. And I haven't gone back. I have a story and gyms I'd like to use for a region based on Brazil. Well, what do you have? How about some regional variants of new Pokemon, like Cantonian forms for new Pokemon? Ooh. That would be interesting. I don't know. It's challenging. Like, to do a form for a previous region? Requires you to figure out exactly, like, what it is that made that region special. And especially in the case of, like, Kanto, what made it special was that it was the first one. Kanto itself is not... Like, it doesn't have that much of an identity as some other regions do. I'm going to ignore this layer of main and go straight to here. For example, a Jotonian poltergeist based on more of the Japanese pottery and tea. Yeah, that's a good idea. You should go ahead and do it. It's based around a duality of independence and diversity. The evil team wants to destroy all the local ecosystems to establish a single vast desert where only the strong will survive. I mean, destroying all the ecosystems isn't exactly far off from what Brazil's current president is doing, so... Might be a bit on the nose in Brazil, yeah. At the moment, yeah. Oh, hey, Prima Diva, welcome. The designing part is basically done here. Just working on the actual drawing part now. Which is the less interesting part to watch, I think. I mean, I haven't watched them myself. I've only been here drawing, but feels like it would be less interesting to watch. Pokemon Quanon and Pokemon Pizzagate. Very excited for the final design and a big fan of Silvally's design, so I'm curious how you'll make it look. Well, you can almost see it. Or you'll be able to see it pretty soon. I'm really curious what you'll do with Mr. Mime. That randomly pops into my head, but dang, that'd be cool to see. Well, that will be cool to see when we get there with the new N51. So it'll be a little while, I think. I don't remember what number Mr. Mime is, but it'll be a while before we get there. And, I mean, I don't know what we're going to do with Mr. Mime either. Someone did Pokemon Iberia, which is basically satirically on Spain. I see. It's strong based on Spanish politics, so it's not very interesting for anyone out of here. Yeah, it happens. Which is, I think, why Game Freak usually makes their regions from like a very touristy perspective. It's like this isn't how Galar isn't how British people see the UK. It is how foreigners see the UK. So it's a very tourist perspective. Wrong layer. But the thing is that Game Freak want to have all the biomes, so they'll go ahead and make a Brazil region and then do a snowy tundra in the middle to allocate the ice Pokemon. Yeah, like that. Like I don't really get why they keep doing that. They don't have to. There are other ways to put the Ice-type Pokemon in there, and it's also okay for a region to not have a lot of Ice-type Pokemon. You can make Pokemon that make sense, and not have to have every biome in every region. Like, regions can be unique, that's okay. I don't think they believe that, but it's true. Okay, that looks all right. Last time they made a region with few of one type, was Diamond and Pearl with fire types, and people still complain to this day. That's true, but they could have put more fire types in there. It's not like there weren't fire types for them to put. So that was a poorly designed Pokemon distribution. and same thing with a potential Brazil region. Like they could do there would be ways to put ice Pokemon there. But you don't need a tundra, you don't need a snowy mountain just to put ice types. That's what I'm saying. Alright, let's do Silvally. I'm gonna enlarge this guy a little bit. So the idea here, Prima, is that Type Null is made out of a bunch of Pokemon that can Mega Evolve. So it's got Gyarados tail, it's got the Houndoom body, a Garchomp rear legs, and Blaziken front legs. And then when it evolves, the parts all become, well, one, they become more integrated, but also they become the parts of the Mega versions. But as with the other one, I'm going to make the tail into a single, reduce it by one segment. Hello, Kalasachi. Kalasachi? You're helping me in hard times, thank you for that. Sorry for bad English, I'm Swedish. Hey, no worries. I'm glad to be able to help. How am I helping? Hanging out? Videos? But yeah, well, thank you for saying that, and thank you for being here. Oh, well, thank you for saying that. I'm glad that I can be a positive presence in at least some people's lives. And they didn't really have more fire Pokemon. Such a mistake, making Elite Four member instant. Oh yeah, that was weird. That was a weird choice, considering that they have almost no fire types in the game. Like, why did they choose to make a fire type Elite Four? But they could have just also put more fire types in the game. There's nothing preventing that. Have you ever thought of a greeting for your videos, like how Toby has "Hey Pokemon Bastards, Keeper Toby here"? But based on my viewers, I have thought about it, but I don't know what my viewers would call themselves. And also, I don't want to do just exactly what Toby does. But yeah, so like nowadays I'm just saying like, "Hi, I'm Umbreon Libris" at the beginning of every video, because I figured there's like I still have very few subscribers on the grand scheme of things, right? So there's always a good chunk of people who are watching my videos who don't know who I am, and so I like to. Feels like a good idea to do that little introduction at the beginning of every video. But I don't know, beyond that, what would it be? The Darkness Watchers. I mean, I'm Umbreon Libris, and like my set is almost entirely books, and my Discord is called Umbreon's Library. So, I could call all of you librarians. Greetings are good. Always feel welcoming when I hear that intro. Okay, that's good. Making an intro is hard. I also literally do "Hello, I'm X" for the same reason. Yeah. And that's a simple one, right? No one's gonna be offended by you saying your name, I hope. Unlike, welcome to another video. Well, you're on YouTube. Of course it's your welcome to, like, of course this is a video. Or 2 minutes after your introduction, all right, let's get started with the video. No, the video started 2 minutes ago. Those are my pet peeves. Umbrarian. Hello, Umbrarians. The new people are always going to be so confused. Linguistic question. Does the all as a subject count as a plural or a singular? The all? In what sense? And so Kawasachi. The rear legs are Garchomp. Well, in this case, they're Mega Garchomp. The front legs are Blaziken. The main body is Houndoom. And the tail is, hopefully pretty obviously, Gyarados. I feel like the tail is the one that comes across the most clearly as what it is. Oh my god, can you intro your next video by being like, pretend it's Pokemon Theory. Hi, I'm Umbreon Libris, and isn't it weird how this Pokemon has designs like this? And then play the Vsauce music. Hey, Vsauce, Michael here. Silvally is a Pokemon made up of parts of other Pokemon. Or is it? I wish Michael would make more videos. I love Vsauce. I always hear that as a hi Vsauce, my cold ear. My cold ear? Where did you get my cold ear from? Michael here. Vsauce is a weird AF weird AF though, but I love him. Watching videos about Vsauce out of context is hilarious. Vsauce is great. Silvally before did not feel like a lab experiment Pokemon. Love yours. Thank you. I guess you're right. It just, like, it does look a little bit like a lab experiment Pokemon to me because the Chimera elements come through fairly clearly, but they're like a chimera of what? That's the part that always tripped me up. What is it a chimera of exactly? Oh, I remember you and your wife were going to make a video explaining how TMs could work. I would like to see that video. Yeah, we are going, well, I am going to make a video on that at some point. It might be a while, just because, you know, a whole bunch of other videos have, like, taken precedence, and what I'm like trying to figure out right now is what my release schedule is going to be going forward, post-pandemic. Well, like, obviously we're not exactly post-pandemic, but I expect at some point within the next month, but probably in just a few weeks, I'm going to start getting regular work again. And so I'm not going to have as much time to do videos. So it's very, very unlikely that I'll be able to continue doing videos 2 days a week. And so I have to decide what I'm going to do about that. When am I going to make videos then? There's a few possibilities that I'm considering. Right now it feels like the most likely, the most plausible, is that I'll stick to a schedule of doing videos every Friday, which is what my schedule was before, pre-pandemic, or me losing a high volume of work. but then just fit in an extra video whenever I can. And so with me doing only one video a week, I basically already know all the videos I'm going to make for the month of July. And I have a different theory video, different Poke Studies video that's going to be out in July. And so the TMs one might be the next one, which would mean that it's out at some point in August. Move to the US, the pandemic here will never end. Well, I think I'd rather stay here in Canada. Here in my province in particular, we've got the virus. Well, not the virus under control, but the pandemic itself is well under control. Like obviously, there's still cases. But we have very few cases, and like I don't think we've had a death in a really long time at this point. At least as far as I remember, or as far as I've heard, there haven't been any deaths recently. So that's awesome. We are well on the way to actually reopening safely. So I can't complain about that. Also, I don't mean like to come across as being offended or anything like that, but my name, Shed, is S-H-E-D. Have you taken a look at the bug off in Animal Crossing today? That's on till... Oh, it's only on till 6 p.m. No, I actually haven't been playing Animal Crossing very much. So I knew that it was going to happen, but only because Indigo told me. I'm guessing it's like the bug version of the fishing contest from earlier this year. So, besides making money from it, is there anything to it? I have actually been playing a lot recently. In the last few days, I've been playing Isle of Armor on my my second save file, my Japanese playthrough, where I hadn't even beaten the first gym when I first went to the island, and I can report that the difficulty of the trials, of the dojo trials, was actually much better. The level scaling was much more appropriate to where I was, and I actually lost to Avery on the third trial. I lost twice, and like actually decided to like just be like, okay, I'll come back later. So the difficulty that was very disappointing in my main game, because I'd completed the game, right? Was actually pretty satisfactory in my second game, because my Pokemon were actually below level and not way above level, way over leveled. So that was nice. Okay, is that all? I think that's all. Good night, Prima. I will talk to you tomorrow. You can get a lot of bug-related prizes. I thought you were going to be like, I lost Avery twice, so I decided to just give up. Well, I gave up by just being like, okay, I'm going to go and do other things. I'll come back later. And I'm hoping that his levels will actually scale. And like, because I now have 2 badges more than I did when I first tried that. So I'm hoping that when I try again, his levels will be higher because I have more badges. So it'll still be a challenge. But we'll see. All right. I'm actually very hungry right now. I made the mistake of eating breakfast too early. But I hope I will survive. Note the darker gray for this one. Hello, ZY Imnum. Thank you. In the bug off, I only got 3 prizes. They were all ones I wanted. I got a fake cockroach, which is funny. I got the butterfly wall too, which I might use for a bug-related gym room. And then I got a bug holder box. It's just the same one that you used to hold your bugs in the tourney, but it's a really clean item, and I like it. Just judging by what time it is now, because it ends at 6 p.m., it is now 4 p.m., just after 4 p.m. It's not looking likely for me. Probably not going to be able to make it, which is too bad, but like I said, I haven't been playing that game very much these days, so it's not a huge loss. Alright, that's almost everything correctly colored. All right. Oh, bye, Kyle. Very like chicken arms. Yeah, well, it's a Blaziken, so it's a chicken. Yeah, okay. Let me... let's color in the other one now. To make more combination, maybe shiny tail. To combine the colors better? For type null, the idea is that they are very like still separate parts. And then Silvally, it's way more integrated. Oh, I totally missed a pair of lines I need to draw. Well, actually, I missed more than one. Okay, I made a few mistakes here. Hang on. These lines are all on the wrong layer. Those are correct. Those are correct. Those are correct. Okay. That's better. Okay. Missed rib bone of Houndoom? No, I just did it. I just reduced it to 3 bones instead of to 2. Or other way around. I reduced it to 2 bones instead of to 3 to simplify the design. Same reason I reduced. I removed a spike on the leg and I removed a segment from the tail. So that was on purpose. Do you guys see? No, I guess you wouldn't because it's not in the part of the screen that I captured, but my mouse is looking enormous. I don't know why that happened. Whatever. Genesect is my favorite lab Pokemon. I know it's not fully from a lab, but they were straight at like, fuck it, big gun, bug gun. Yeah. Okay. Oh, I just realized something else. I drew in the wrong layer. Okay, my mouse is back to being normal size. Whatever that was, it's over. Okay, now everything, now all these lines should be on their correct layers. Oh, bye Kawasachi, thank you for being here. And thank you for your kind words. Okay, having a different problem now. Not only is the mouse going really big, it's also refusing to select, to actually like do the... Oh, there it is. Now it's actually doing the tool that I needed it to do. All right. Alright, it is that time of the stream when I have to quit Photoshop and reopen it. To beat the crap out of all types Arceus, you need gravity plus earthquake, since it's 3 times weak to ground without the immunity. There you go. Well, that's a really easy one then. All you need is a clay doll. Yeah, to be fair, the Photoshop lasted well. It did all right. It did all right. Yeah. Yeah, I assume clay doll has both of those moves. Oh, I must have missed a line on the face as well. Gotta complete this. Oh, not down there. It's at the top instead. I see. Okay. That's where that line needs to go. I think that's the only parts that have the dark gray. Oh, missed this. So, because this is going, it's going fine. In terms of time, it's going fine, but I'm very, very hungry. So what I think I'm going to do is, I think I'm going to, once I finish coloring this, end the stream there, and just do the shading. Basically on my own time, but that'll just be later today. Is that okay with you guys? Because I'm so hungry at this point that I'm starting to get a headache, and that's not a good thing. So so I think it's probably best not to prolong this for too long. We want you to starve for us. Oh no. What did I ever do to you? Okay, I think all the parts that need to be colored are colored, so now just these. These are gonna be like the Mega Evolution sparkly color thing. Which, for the time being, I'm gonna use the green as a stand-in, but those are the Mega Evolution color parts, and probably all the parts that would change color depending on what type it is. What time. Alright. Yeah. Oh, I missed this. Cool. What about the cross? What cross? The like Arceus thing? We put that, or we translated that onto the dangles, right? That's what the dangles have the... Oh, you meant the cross on the head, on the like screw part. Yeah, okay, yeah, alright. Sorry. Stream delay. Alright, yeah, so I will finish shading these later today, but I really need to eat something, so you guys will see this ready on Monday. And so thank you guys for hanging out with me. This has been a lot of fun as always, and always really valuable, always really important to have your feedback. So thank you for that as well. Yep, that's all. Okay. I will see you guys, or I will see you guys in this video on Monday. So I'm Umbreon Libris. I will see you in the next chapter. Bye.